My name is Femi Ayeshiro. In this video, we are going to be working on event booking app. So it's going to be a full stack application, but for this particular video, our focus is going to be on the backend using Golang. And that is going to be my focus. And there's going to be a part 2 of this video where I'm going to be working on the front end. I'm going to be consuming the endpoints that we are going to have from the backend in doing this project. Alright, so if you have not subscribed, if you have not liked, I want you to consider doing that so that you get notifications for every other videos that I'll be working on this channel. And if you are new to Go, I have a series on Golang. You may want to check that out on the channel as well. Alright, so let's get into the project. It's a event booking application, and so what we are going to be talking about here is going to be events, and I'm just going to write it here and let's just get into it. So we are going to talk about events, right? So what we are seeing here is we have events, right? So we are not just going to end there. So event is now going to have, like, it's going to be a CRUD app where we can read, we can create, we can update, and we can also delete. But of course, it's a project that we are also going to have authentication. We're going to have authentication. We are going to have that's right. We are going to have authentication in this project using JWT. Alright, so we are going to have authentications, and that means that we are going to have users. So what it means is that we are going to have users where you can log in, and then you're going to register, you're going to sign up, and then log in. So the essence of that is that events should be tied to users. Okay, so different users can create events, and then you will also be able to register for an event. That is going to be our focus. So we are going to talk about events, we are going to talk about users, we are going to talk about registrations for events. This is going to be our focus in this series, in this particular video. Alright, so without wasting time, that is what we are going to do. And before we start coding, there are extensions. So what I'm currently using is the Visual Studio Code, as you can see. So you can get that online. You have the Visual Studio Code. Just do that. So you can come here and download Visual Studio Code if you don't have that yet. And then also I have few extensions that I'm going to be using. This is REST clients. So this is what I'm going to use to make the network calls, even though it's local on my system. So you may want to get this on your system as well. So aside that, I don't have any other thing. So this is also very good. We have the Golang. Once you install Go on your laptop, you need to get this extension as well. So alright guys, so I'm just going to start afresh. I'm going to start from fresh, and I'm going to start by creating a new folder on my desktop here. So we're going to call it events. Let's call it events app, like this. So let's have a new window. I'm just going to drag it in like this, and that is all I'm going to do. I'm going to increase my font so that you can see my font. So first thing I'm going to do here is to create a main file .go. Alright, so if you that's just it. Create a main.go file. I mean, if you want to get more information about how to understand the basics, I will still encourage that you go through the series on Golang on the channel, right? Because this is a project based, so I will not be explaining the basics. I will try as much as possible not to explain the basics, so that this video is not too long. I know it's going to be a long video, and I'll just focus on implementing some of those things. So if you want to get to know the basics, I've done that already, and I will encourage that you go through the video. All right, so we are going to have package main, package main, right? And then we are going to define a function func main. So this is going to be the entry of everything, entry of our application, right? So every code that we want to be executed on the program is actually going to start from the main.go file, right? So we just have to put it here, and then it will be executed. All right, so that is it. So let's say, for instance, this is fmt print like this. All right, so we can do hello world like this. So I'm going to import this as well. So this is a package from the Go standard library. All right, so the fmt is a package from the Go standard library that we have, and so we're going to run the application, right? So this is a file. So I've created a file which is main.go. That's the name of a file, right? So when we create a file, we also have to specify the name, the package, right? So we are going to understand this more because we are going to be creating many packages in our program. So packages are a way of organizing your project. All right, so you don't want to have all the code in just one file, right? So way of organizing your projects, that's the idea behind packages. And then import is a way of, oh, okay, we have code that has been written, and then you can take advantage of the codes that has been written in your project. So if I click on fmt, so if I click on print it, so this is a way of printing to the screen, and I'm going to show us right now. So let's do, okay, so we can do go run. So we're going to run this code, go run main.go like this. All right, so what do we see? We see hello world, right? So this is basic. All right, so somebody might like, okay, what is fmt printing? So this is a method that allows us to be able to print out. All right, so we are printing hello world back to the server, all right, or log this out. So we're able to do that because this code is made available to us from the standard library. All right, so if I click on this code now, so you see a whole lot of code here, right? I didn't write this. All right, so for the Go standard library, there are a series of code that has been written that when you're working, you may want to take advantage of those code that has been written. And in order to have those code in your own project, then you have to import it, like the way I have done it here. So we are going to see a lot of imports, right? So this is importing from the standard library. Of course, I'm going to have some packages as well that I'm going to import, from one packages to the other. So once I need a code in another place, then we have to import it. And those are things that we are going to see. All right, so let's just go. So I'm going to do something here. So I'm going to create some folder, right? So what I'm going to do is to create some folder. So I'm going to call this, let's call this internal, right? So this is going to contain everything we need. Internal, we are going to have the DB, right? So we are going to have the model. So whenever you are creating these folders, just make sure they are in small letters. So we are going to have repo like this. Then we are going to have users like this as well. So that is that. So for the DB, we are going to have db.go like this. All right, so let's just start from here. What we are going to have, we are going to do package.db. So the observation here is to see that the name of the package is going to be the name of the folder, right? So the folder is db, right? So the name of the file is going to be what? Package.db. All right, so that's the name. All right, so we are going to start from our db, and let's put out some things. Okay, let me just quickly do some things on the model. So we're going to do model.go as well. All right, so for the model, we're going to write out some, let's have package model like this. So we are going to have I'm creating a struct, right? So the struct is a data type in Go. All right, so it's a custom data type in Go. I won't be explaining much about Go. So a custom data types in Go that you can combine any of the data types that you want. You're going to have ID. It's going to be int 64, and then I'm going to have a struct tag as well. So I'm going to have JSON like this. So take advantage of this. No. It's going to be this JSON like this ID. Right, so this is going to be the representation that we are going to see. We're going to see this name like this. So the next one, we are going to have location, we are going to have description. Okay, so this is like I'm creating a template for the event. So it's like a blueprint, an architecture design, yet that is not yet building, but it has to be drawn. You have to see it. All right, so this is a template structure of our event. So every event should have a name of the event and description of the event. It could be a conference, so these are things that you're expecting. So we are going to have JSON description like this. So let's just, so we get it now. So that is that for that. So the next one we're going to have is location. So location is going to be string, and then we have JSON location like this. All right, so the next one we're going to have is this date time like this. So it's going to be time like this. So since this is coming from the standard library, so we have to import this as well. So we're going to have JSON datetime like this. All right, so let's import this from the time. So we're importing this, okay, from the standard library. And then the last but not the least, we're going to have the user ID. All right, so the user ID is going to help us 64. We're going to have JSON user underscore ID. All right, so this is a template for our events. All right, so what I'm going to be doing next, or what we are going to be seeing subsequently in the project, is going to be we having to create an instance of that event. Instance means that you have a blueprint. Now you're having the example, right? So you're going to be creating based on the template that we have. All right, so the ID, the descriptions, and all of that. So the user ID is to be able to tie that event. Every event, you know, we talked about authentication because we are using JWT authentication. This project is going to be authenticated. Every event has to be tied to a specific users. All right, so it is users. It's just users it is users that can create an event. You don't need to sign up to be a user to be able to see the list of events. But if you are going to be able to create an event, then you have to sign up, log in to be able to create an event. So every event is tied to a user, and that is why we have the user ID here. All right, so we are going to create a struct for users as well. Struct. Then we are going to have ID. So we're going to have int 64. Then we're going to have JSON ID like this. We're going to have email. So it's going to be string. So Go is a statically typed language. It means that we are declaring variable. I cover this. We declare a variable, then we also specify the data types of that variable. Alright, so we're going to have JSON, we have email like this. Alright, so last but not the least, we're going to have a password. Alright, so these are what we expect from the users, right? So when the user is going to sign up, then you have to provide your name and your password, and that is it. Your name and password, and when you're logging in, your name and password. So we have JSON password like this as well. Alright, so we are good now, and then so we are done with the structure. Let me see if I can format this properly. Alright, so we are good now. Okay, we have the blueprint done. So I'm just going to move to the database now. So let's work on our database and then just set some structures, and then after that we go to the main and then we try to start up our development server. Alright, so we do a health check. So I'm going to do func new. So you see that whatever functionality, whatever thing we write in other packages, so these are packages that we have here, right? So let's just do this. So these are packages, right? So DB is a package on its own. The model is a package. This is going to be a package. This is going to be a package, right? So every places that we need this package, then we have to import it, and I'm going to be showing us how I'm going to import it. So that's how it works in Go. So it means that you need a code from anywhere within your code, you have to import, and you need a code from external library as well. We are going to be seeing that. We are going to be using chill library, chill router for our routing to different pages. All right, so we're going to be seeing that shortly. All right, so let's go back to our DB. All right, so what we have in our DB, I'm writing a function, and so this is how you write a function. Start with the font keyword. We're going to have max, just going to set some max open. All right, so that time for our DB to be open, then we have max idle cons like this, cons max idle time. So this is going to be string. Alright, so that is that. So in Go we also specify our return type, right? So the what we are going to return, we also try to specify that here as well. So what we are going to do here is to do, we are returning two things. So we are returning SQL.db, and then we also want to error as well, return error as well. Alright, so this is from the standard library. We are going to import, so we can see this code by returning. So if I go to the standard library, so let's go to DB like this. What do we see? We see that DB is a struct. Alright, so this is what we are going to have. As you can see, the max time idle that we are having here. So this is coming from this library, standard library, right? So Go has a fantastic standard library, right? Very, very fantastic standard library, and you see that many of the things we are going to be doing, I'll make reference to this, but I just want us to continue like this. So we are saying that by the time we run this function, right? So the function is supposed to return this, right? It's supposed to give us this struct, and then we are going to check for error as well. So it's just going to do db error like this. So we are going to do SQL.open, right? So what we are going to do here, we are using SQLite at 3. So we're going to do api.db. Alright, so SQLite is a file-based, very simple database to set up on our system. Alright, so this is to specify the name So by the time I start the application, you're going to see API.db is going to be created as a file in our system, and I have an application that I'm going to use to open the database by the time we start creating an event, updating an event, so that we can see what is inside our database. I'll be doing that later. Right, so we have SQL.open, right? So where is this coming from? It's also coming from the standard library. You can see database being the name of the folder, right? So the file is SQL. So if I open SQL.open now, you can see, let's open, what do you see? You see that this is a what? This is a function, right? This is a function. This is a function, and that function takes the driver name. So what's that driver name? It is SQLite, so it can be Postgres, it can be MySQL, right? So we have to specify that, right? And that is what we have done here, right? So going back to this, and then we have the data source name. So in our own case, the data source name is what is going to be here, api.db, right? So this is very important to specify, right? So the next thing we are going to do is to check for error if error. As you can see that the function return two things. It's new like this, and then you can return, let's return new, an error like this. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is if max open cons is greater than 0, then we should have db dot, or we encourage that to explore the standard library max open cons. So we have max open cons like this. All right, so the next thing is db dot set is going to be dot set, okay, maximum idle cons, maximum idle cons. Okay, so this is just to set up some db stuff for us, right? And that is that. So maximum cons is giving us an error here. Set up maximum open. Okay, so set maximum con, maximum idle. Alright, so let's just keep going. I'll find out. So we have going to set duration, and then we are going to have comma error. We are setting time dot, we are pass the time duration like this, and then we are going to have max idle time like this. So we are going to import time. So let's import time. So I'm going to be checking for error if error. So you go, you check for error like this, because the function this is going to return duration and error. Check for error, then return this and this. All right, so where do we need? So we are going to do db dot set cons maximal idle, maximal idle time. So we're going to put in the duration there. All right, so that is that, and then so I'm going to set this, set ctx cancel, right? So we are setting up the database, but at the same time we have to set the connection well to make sure that with timeouts like this, context. So we have context is dot background. I'm going to make a video on the context 5 times 10 seconds like this. Alright, so we have defer cancel, and then we are going to do if this is equals to equals to, no, we are not setting another thing, db dot, we are going to have to ping, right? So this is coming from the database SQL library ctx, right? So we are passing this. So this is okay, so this is what I'm passing here, all right? And so this is to set a timeout for us with a time that has been set here, all right? So we have to ping, all right? So this is what opens the connection to our database. It's for the purpose of our database, this, and then we have name, and then what do we have? We have return, name, and then, so if you check this guy now, see it's from the standard library. Can you see now? All right, so ping contest. So we have ping and then we have ping contest. So the reason why I'm using ping contest is because I'm passing a contest. So in our own case, the contest is this. This is the contest, right? So this is it, right? So that I can have a time to hit. All right, so that is the essence of this. Okay, so it's verify. So you ping is to verify a connection to the database is still alive. Okay, so establishing a connection if necessary. All right, so that's why. So you see another one that is called ping. All right, so you see ping and we have ping contest. So that is I want you, okay, so you can see ping. So that is that. All right, so let's just cancel and let's keep moving. All right, so the next thing we want to do is so we're going to return this. Let's return db, and then we're also going to return new, right? So if there's no error, then these are the things that we are going to return. So we are going to figure out why we are having this error. So let's just go through it again. You have the max con greater than 0, set maximum open cons, max cons, db sets maximum idle cons, then we have maximum. Okay, so let me write this, maximum idle cons like this, right? Just trying to find where this error is coming from. Okay, there we have maximum open, then maximum. Oh yeah, I didn't specify the data type, and that is why I'm having that error, right guys? So whatever mistake, whatever error I'm going to have, we are just going to stay here and we're going to fix it together. All right, so that is that. So we are done with the setup. All right, so specifying the database and at the same time, you know, setting up the connection to make sure that the connection is working. All right, so what we are going to do now is to manually create the database now. So I'm going to just create the database here. So I'm going to do a function create table like this. We are going to have passing the db. Okay, so when you see something like this, right? So we don't need error, right? So when you see something like this, it's a pointer. So we know that our db is a struct. We can see that the db is a struct that is coming from the standard library. All right, so we have to pass in a pointer because struct is a type semantics. You know, is a type is a value type. Sorry, so struct is a value type, meaning that when you pass a value type to a function, what happens is a copy of it is being created. All right, so it's not like a reference type like slice, right? So that is the example. That's different. So structs are value type, right? So what it means is whatever thing you are passing inside that, a copy is only created, and you will not be able to, you know, just a copy, all right, that will be created. But for us, we want to be able to modify the existing data, and in order to do that, then you have to pass in a pointer. I mean, this shows that it's a pointer, right? So what pointer does is every variable that is being stored, every variable that is being that that you declare in Go, there's a memory. A memory is initialized for that variable that is being declared. So you can declare a variable, then a memory is being initialized. So every variable has a memory address. So whether you have a value that has been set to the variable, or if you declare a variable and you don't assign a value to it, Go automatically assign a default value to that variable that is being created. All right, because every variable has a memory address, right? So what pointer does is to give you the memory address of that variable, and we can also dereference to get the value of that memory address. All right, so because we are going to be seeing this a lot in this video, so I'm just going to do create. So let's just create. We're going to create users. Okay, let's create users table. Going to do something like this. So I'm going to create the first table we're going to create is create table if not exists. So going to be the users table, and then we're going to do this, and then ID is going to be, so ID is going to be integer. So we're going to have primary key. Primary key is going to be auto. Yeah. So the next one is going to be email. So we saw that when we in our struct, in our model struct for users, we have the ID, email, and password. So this is going to be a test not null, and then it's going to be unique, meaning that you can't use the same email. All right, so the next one is going to be a password like this. So it's going to be test not null. Right, so that is that for our users table, and then we're going to write something like this. So we don't need a value. So this is, so there are times that we call it, I'm trying to okay, a blank identifiers, right? So this is a blank identifier here, right? So we're going to have error. It's a blank. We are going to have db dot execute like this. So what are we executing? The table, right? So where is the db? So the db is, don't let us forget that this is what we are passing in inside this function, right? So this is a struct that comes from the standard library, and then a struct. So from the past videos on series on, we have a struct being a value type can have method that acts on that data type, right? So I want us to see it as in the picture of, you have classes and then you have method of that class, right? So I want to believe this is clear. So this is like, this is a struct, and then this is a method that helps to save that inside the database. So if you come here, you see that, you can see this is a method that is taking what, our db. So where is the db? The db, what, this is a struct. Can we see? So Go is just so very nice, very cool language, right? So very nice. So you have a struct, so you can see that this struct, and then the method is called on that struct. All right, so that is that. So let's just get, so we this is, we are describing our database, and then the database is executed and then saved. So the next thing we want to do is to create have we handled the error? Okay, if error is very important. It's got new, not new. So we're going to have, just panic here. Could not create users table. That is if there's error. So the next thing we're going to do now is we're going to work on create event table, and then we are going to backticks like this. So we're going to let's create let's create table if not exists event. So curly braces. Then we are going to now do, okay, we have id integer primary key auto completion. Then the next thing is, so this is based on our model, right? So we are going to have test not null, right? So the next one is going to be description. Description is going to be tests not null, like this. So the next one is going to be location, tests not null as well. Then we are going to have our date time. You see that this is exactly what we had in our model, right? So not null as well. So we are going to have the users, right, in a way to tie every event to users that will be created. It's going to be an integer. This is just going to be an integer like that. Put a comma there. Then we are going to have a foreign key because we want a relationship between this table and the users table, right? So we're going to have users underscore ID. We're going to have reference like this. The reference users, okay, then ID, right? So that is that. All right. Okay, so we have the user, and then this is the foreign key here is going to link here. So in the project we are going to see that we are going to set that the users is going to, when we have a user, so I'm just going to show us when we get there. Okay, so we're going to see this, and so let's create our table, right? So what we should do now is let's create a table. So blanket equals to db dot, like this, like this. So we're going to create, so we are creating the table. Then let's talk about the handling of the error. So let's do if it's not of return. Okay, so let's panic as well. All right. Okay, so we cannot could not create user table. So it's going to be could not create event table. So last but not the least, because I just want us to finish this and then we don't have to come back here anymore. So we are going to do something like create registration table. Create. Right, so we're going to create table if not exists registration. So, and then we are going to have ID integer primary key auto increment like this. So we're going to have, because to create for a specific event, then you need the event ID is going to be integer. Then we are going to need the user ID as well, because every event is good. The person that can, you have to be authenticated to be able to register, to register for an event. All right, so we have going to be. So it's going to be integer, then we have going to be a foreign key. So we are going to have event underscore ID, references event ID. We are going to have foreign key as well. We're going to be users underscore ID. References is going to be user. No, it's going to be user. So reference user ID. Alright, so we are good. We can see that we have the event ID, user ID. Then the next thing we are going to do is a blank so return here db dot we have create user table. Then let's undo the error if error is not it's going to return. Oh, let's just panic here. Could not create the registration table. So, and that is it for the database. All right, so what happens is that I created a function. Now I have a function that inside the function what we have here is the table, right? The SQL the SQL for the table. This is what we have, right? So these are variables, right, that I've done here, and then we are also executing here as well. So for the events, for the user table, for the event table, and then for the what, for the registration table. All right, so I'm going to show us how when we are testing, we are going to be seeing this. I have another application that helps us to be able to view the events that we are going to have, the users, and then the registrations to check if they are registered or not. So we are going to be seeing that vividly. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is this function, I want it to be called because we are going to be calling this method, this function in our in our main file here. I told us that this is the entry point of our application, right? So whatever we want to be executed on our code, it has to be here. Alright, so it's going to be here. So I'm going to be doing that shortly. So but let's just let me call this function here. I'm going to call this method here. I'm going to do create table, then I'm going to pass in the DB as well, and that is it. So why am I passing DB? So you can see that the DB that we have here, right, is what I'm passing here. So you can see that the DB, we have the SQL and this. So we understand. I've already explained this already to us. So that is that about this. So what we are going to do now is to come to, so I'm going to create another folder, right? So I'm going to create it and do cmd, right? Inside our cmd I'm going to move the go min.go, and then we are going to have other files. So I'm going to call it api.go. Then we are going to have other file like okay, so I'm going to add this event.go as well. So since they are in the same folder, so we can as well just do package main, right? That's substart package main, right? So where am I having API? So this is where I'm going to define the APIs, and this is going to be the handler. All right, so the method, so instead of having to put the APIs, you know, in our main, so I've decided to split it. So it's still like everything you are seeing is still like you have just one file, right? But instead of having all the code in just one file, I mean getting to have a very big or gigantic code, you can as well just split them into different files, but still under the same directory, right? Under the same folder. So they are still the same thing. How do you know? Because you see that I have my package main here. You see when you come here as well, it's still package main. Alright, so this is still package main, just like an extension of this file main file. Alright, so that is that. So what we are going to do now is I want us to do some things. So let's come to our API here. So I want to start our development server. So I'm going to type application like this, structs like this. So we are going to have config. Let's just do some configuration. Config like this. Alright, so now I have a struct, and then I'm also defining a struct. So a struct can also be embedded inside another struct. I'm going to have type config struct. Alright, so this application is going to be a struct that's going to hold the entire application. So we are going to have to create our repo is also going to be here, where every method that we are calling on the database to fetch, to fetch, you know, to update, to delete, and all of that. So we are going to have that under here. Alright, so we're going to come back here. So I just want us to continue here. I'm going to have max open cons is going to be int, right? Then max idle cons is going to be int, and then cons we're going to have max idle time is going to be integer. Alright, so that is that. Alright, so everything you're seeing here, oh max, this should be string, right? String. Right, so we are going to now do, I want to do a function app asterisk application. So you are creating a method of the struct which is based on here. You can see that this is a struct like your class, then a method that acts on the values or the data in that struct. That's what we want to do. Then we have mount, the name of the function. Then we are going to have http dot handler. We're going to make a request handler like this. Alright, so you can see this. Then we are going to import it. So we have a standard library like gives us this. Okay, so what I'm going to set here is going to have this. We are going to use the queue library, new router like this. Alright, so this is I talked about factory function, right? So this is more like it's like a factory function, right, to call this library. So we don't have this library installed yet. Alright, so what I'm going to do is you can just come here and just do queue library. So let's go and get it. So this is official at the GitHub, so we can do so let's just install. Alright, so going to come back here, put my terminal. Oh, alright, so there's something very important that I missed, you know, while working on this project. We have not initialized our project. Alright, so I am going to work on that now. Okay, that should be the first thing to do. Alright, when you're setting up, so we need to initialize this project. And why do we need to initialize this project? Because I mean, an example I can use is JavaScript, because you're working on a React, you need the package.json to manage all your dependencies. So we need something that will help us to manage our dependencies, keep tracks of all of that. So, and for that means that we need to initialize the project. So what I'm going to do is to do go mod init. Alright, so without that I won't be able to import from my own packages to the, you know, to different places. Go mod init. So we are going to call this, let's say, GitHub github.com/events booking. I think that is all. So let's see, stick there. So go more, this is how you initialize init github.com events booking. I think we are good. So I just play. So we have created. So what you see is you see go.mod. This has been created, and this gives us a module, like a way of to modularize our projects. And then we have the Go version here as well. Alright, so I'm just going to close this, and then so what I have to do that because now that we need the chill library, then I can just come here and paste this like this, and then we install it. Alright, so we can see that library has been installed. Alright, so you can see that it's being tracked here, right? So whatever library we are using is going to be tracked here as well. So let's come back here, and then so for me to use the library, I have to call. So you can see that the key library is here. Alright, so that's very important. Right, so what we want to do next is we are setting our router, right? Because we are going to have to route to multiple pages, right? And we need a library to be able to help us achieve that. So Go does not have an okay, so we have the default, there's a new server mux that we can use. Okay, so we have a default from this library that we can use, but I'm choosing this because of other things that this library offers. It's very simple and it's easy, right? So that's why we are using Chi library. Alright, so but you can also use the default router that comes with Golang. Alright, so that settles that. So I'm going to do r.use. So okay, I think I can come back to this. So I just want to set up, so let's just do r.routes like this. So we're going to have else you're going to have func, we're going to have r_q.router like this. Alright, so I want to create a route, which is the health, just to check the health. Okay, just to start our development server. Alright, so what I've done is to do, this is this is an instantiating our library, which is chill. Alright, so I don't want to be going into it. So you can see here, right? So this is, you can see that the new router returns a mux object that implement the route interface. Alright, so that is that. I wouldn't be going into details. And then we are saying r.route. Alright, so whenever we have to create, we can see. Okay, whenever we have to create, we can see that r. And then we pass in a function like this. Right, so then we're going to have .get. Let's just do this like this, and then we can do else. I'm just doing else handler like this. Okay, so this has not been created. Right, so I'm going to, so let's return her, since we are returning this. Okay, we have to return this, return her like this. So let's go to our handler. Inside our handler, we are going to have to create, we're going to have func else handler. So it's going to take www http.response writer. Then we have r http dot requests. Alright, so why are we having this is because we need to import http Alright, and then we can do var reload. I'm creating a variable here, and then just set it to struct. We have status, it's going to be string. No, it's going to be like this. Then we have message is going to be. So what we are doing here is that I'm creating a struct, defining it, and then also invoking it. So you are going to see it shortly. So I'm going to have version. Looks like I'm missing something else. JSON version. So we are going to have to call this like this. Yeah, so we have status is going to be okay. This is active. Alright, so the structs can also be created here, but directly just creating the struct, assigning it to a variable, and then immediately invoking the struct. So we have message like this is going to be event booking app. Then the next thing is going to be fashion. It's going to be 0.0. That's just going to be this, like this. Alright, so that is that, and then we are going to do if error is going to be JSON.encoder. Alright, so this is when we make this HTTP request, right? Now when you're making HTTP requests, right, so we are sending that data over the network, and there's a format that data has to be. This is our data that we are using in Golang. So we have popular or like a standard format. There's something called JSON, which is JavaScript object notation, right, that we use. So we have JSON, right? So when we have to send the data over the network, then it has to be in a format that, irrespective of the programming language you're using, right, it is not when you are sending, it's irrespective of the programming language that you are using, right? So that format is we have to change to that format. All right, so that is it, because I mean, that's like an agreed format, right? It just makes it very easy for us. All right, so don't let me let's just leave that like that. So we're going to have this. Okay, so we are taking the HTTP response writer, right? So this is going to be giving us the response writer, right? So, and then we are going to have to do .encode. All right, so what are we encoding? We are encoding our payload, and we are changing it to that format that is required, right? So we are changing to that format that is required for it to be transferred over the network, npm, like this. So we need to import. So we need to get this. This is from the standard library as well. All right. So this is a code. Okay. So we are calling. These are methods, right? So when you are writing and what we want to do is the data type structure that we have, right? We need to change it to a format that is acceptable over the network, right? So when you are sending something over the network, irrespective of your programming language, you have to change to the accepted format of transmitting information over the network. That's the right word to use. That's JSON. JSON is like a standard, you understand, for transferring or transmitting information over the network. That's just it. We have JSON, and then we have the gRPC, like that as well. All right, so So what I'm doing here is to do that. We are doing the conversion, right? So that's what I'm doing. You can see that the variable name, which is payload, has been passed here. Then we are checking for the error, right? So I'm going to do log. Okay, no need to even log HTTP. So error, just wrap the error like this. Then we have W like this. Then we have internal server error in case there's a problem. Right, so we're going to have HTTP dot status internal server error. Alright, so that is what we have, and then we are going to return if there's an error. Right, so we are good. Right, so what I'm just doing here is to just start our development server, and then we are going to call this we are going to call this handler. Alright, so if you come back here, so what I'm going to do here is app dot okay, I'm going to check else. Okay, else handler. Alright, so health handler. So we are calling this. This is what we are calling. Right, so and that is it for us. Alright, so this is what we are calling here. So what I've seen is that when you make a call, to this route, when you specify this route, then this method should be executed. That's just it. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do now is to create a function, and then let's run app.application like this. Then we want to run the application. So once it's better, we set up our development server, and then we can move on to other HTTP dot handler like this, and then we are going to have error like this. So yeah, right. So you don't need a comma here. So we are passing the same handler, right, which is going to give us an interface. srv like this equals to http dot server. Someone might like, oh, where are you getting this code from? Right, so this HTTP, we know that the package, yes, is coming from the net package. All right. I don't need you to give me this. Yeah, thank you. So it's coming from the net package, and then we are saying, so you can see that HTTP itself is so this server now, right? So this server is a what? I'm going to see that is a struct. Can you see now? So all I'm trying to do is to set up our development server is a struct, right? So this is a struct. All right, so you can see it's a struct, and then we are going to be passing in some things like this, the handler. These are going where we are going to be specifying this. All right, so we are going to do this. As you can see, we're going to do so the struct has been defined for us. So what we are now doing here is to create an instance of that struct. So from the standard library has created the struct for us. So what we are doing here is to instantiate it based on the template that has been created for us, right? So we are setting our values. That is what I'm going to be doing here. So you can see this ADR handler. So we're going to set this one to be what? It's like this. Then the next one is going to be handler, as like we saw there. Our handler is going to be what? It's going to be mux like this. So what I'm passing here like this, mux, and then we're going to write timeout is going to be time.seconds, right? So we're going to make it 30. So So the next one is going to be read timeout, time.seconds, and then the next one is going to be idle timeout. It's going to be time.minutes, like this. So we are good. So everything here, this, and this, right? So they are all coming from what? Let's just finish. So let's do some fmt print server has started. Then we have this. Like this. Set result error is srv dot listen. Okay, listen and serve. All right, so we see that from the structs, you see this guy here, every other one writes, read, you can see. So it's all there, right? So it's all there. All we are just doing is to instantiate here, right? So then this server, which is what? Is a struct. Then the method, this is a method of that struct. So this method is called on this. If you check this code now. Why is this thing behaving that way? Right, listen and serve. All right, okay, let's finish this. Let's finish. If error like this dot is, it's okay. Error, it's just to check for error. HTTPs, right? So HTTP server error close, right? And then return error. Then let's return new like this. All right, so we are good. All right, oh, this is what is causing the problem. I knew there's a problem. All right, so this error. All right, so this is a way. So this is a, what you're seeing here is a struct. You can see it's a struct. Then this is a method, right? This is a method that acts on that struct. So if you go to listen, you see it's a method. What is it taking? It's taking the struct. Is a method. You can see it's a method of that struct. And the same thing is what we have done here. That's what we have done here. So we want to start development server, which we are going to start. And then this is like checking for the error. Say, okay, the error we have is HTTP error server close. All right, so that's that. So in case there's error, and then we are returning name, which is what we are returning here. All right, so I think that is the code is on GitHub. You can also check it out and then follow and run it. So we are going to go to our main. Everything we have been doing now has just been setting up. So we're going to run our development server now. So let's go to main. So we're going to do something. We don't need this guy here. So we're going to do cons like this. We're going to do config. So don't forget that what we had before is going to be 30 max idle time, idle cons. So just make it 30, then max idle time is going to be, let's make it 15 minutes like this. So don't forget that this struct, this is an instance of the struct that has been created. Alright, so if you come to this API, you see that we've created the struct here. Can you see? So we've created the struct here. It's like a blueprint. Now what we are doing here is to what? Instantiate it with the values that we want. And then the next thing we're going to do is to, so we're going to call this guy here. I'm going to do app like this. So we're like, oh, what's this value? So why do I have this value like this? Okay, you can see I have a value here. So you can see I have a value here. So why? It's because it's a pointer. You can see that this application is being passed as pointers to the methods, right? So what you are being passed is the memory address, not the real values, right? So they are pointers, so that's why. So when you are instantiating, then you have to make sure that you have this in front of it, and then we can do something like this: config equals to con, right? I hope we, right? So what we have is, this is, now we are setting into this, so we are instantiating, and then it's expecting the values. So when you see here, so the value also has to be set when I instantiate, which is coming from this guy setting it to this guy here. Alright, so the next thing is going to do mux app.mount like this. Okay, so the app.mount is coming from here. You can see the mount. So we are running this method. I'm calling this method. That's what I'm calling by doing app.mount. Right? Why do I have to do app.mount? Because it's a method. So this method is depending on this struct. Alright, so when you are calling a method of a struct, then you have to call the method on the instance of that struct. So you see that the first thing we had to do was to define the instance of that struct, and then we can now call the method on the instance of that struct, which is this variable. So we are saying app.mount, right? Because this mount is a method that depends on this struct. Alright, so we need to instantiate with the value first before calling the method. And the next thing we are going to do is to do if error is going to be app.run, right? So we know where app.run is. We are going to have mux. We have error name this. We're going to have fmt print error connecting. So let's import this guy in like this, and then we are going to log dot print app dot run mux, right, just to log it. Right, so we are done with what we are doing, right? So we can see, so this, everything that we have done, we can see the setup here, right? So we can see the setup here. I think I'm missing something. Okay, I think we can do without for now. I didn't set the database. Okay, so let's do the database here. Just going to set up database, right? Connection. So we have db. See, it's going to return db and this. So we're going to have db.name. So I'm calling, you can come here, you see, I'm calling this method now. I'm calling this method that we've created here. So we're going to do db new, and then we are going to now do cons dot maximum open cons, because it's taking like 3 parameters. Cons dot maximum, I do cons, then dot maximum I do time. Alright, so we see that the database we done here is taking 3 arguments here. Alright, so, and that is what I have done here. So what I have done here is the argument is inside a struct already with values. So all we have to do in order to access it is to do the cons dot. So cons dot maximum open is saying 30. So instead of saying 30, 30, 15, then we can access it this way. Alright, so in case we change this, right, so it is affected in every other places that this might be used. Alright, so this is just a proper way of organizing our code. Then we are going to have, we're going to check for error if error, so yeah, log.filter error, then we are going to close its database, db dot close, like this, log dot. So when we run this, you're going to see this database connection, database connection established. That is that. So I think we are good. Right, so we are done, and then I think we can, let's test our application now. So we are going to test our application now. Test our application. Just open this guy here. We're going to clear some things out, and then we are going to do, so we see that, so what I want is going to be go run dot/cmd. So I want every code in the cmd to run, because like I said, all this code, I could as well put every of the code inside our main, but for the purpose of readability and then organization, I decided to split them inside different files. Right, so we want all the code to run, right? Everything is needed to run. So that's what I'm saying. I'm doing go run dot/cmd, and that is it. All right, so let's wait. Okay, so on no driver, right? So we can see that we forgotten to import. So going to go to our database, and then let's import SQL driver here. So going to import the SQL. Right, so we're going to do, in fact, it has given us what we need. All right, so that is that. So we are still getting, like, you can see we have a dash, right? Because it is not specifically referenced in our project, right? So that is why you need a dash. But at the same time, we need to install this. All right, so you can have packages in your project, right, that you've not installed, like when we went to do go get, you know, for the chill library we have to do go get like this. All right, so what I'm going to just do is to do go mod tidy. All right, so it will look through the application. Most times, let's say you have a lot of packages that you've not installed, it will just automatically install for you. Go mod title, so what can you see, finding the module, and then it's going to install it for me. All right, so that is done. Then why are we still having this line? I want to check out why we are still having that line there. Go mod shouldn't be having this line. Shouldn't be having this line. Okay. So let's clear this. Let's clear this, and then let's do, okay, so let's do go run dot/cmd, and let's see what we have. Let's wait for it. It's going to run. All right, so we can see that error is gone. So let's just wait for it. This is taking a lot of time. This is taking a lot of time. LX, why is it taking a lot of time like this? I think I might just take out the, okay, so something is happening. So I'm just going to, let's go to our main. Alright, so could not register table. Alright, so okay, so I thought as much. Let's go to our DB. So we're going to take some things out that we don't need for now. Going to take this out for now. Come back to comment it. Then I think so let's get the error message. db.create tables, and then alright, so let me clear and then let's run again. Yeah, exactly. So this is just what I was. You can see database connection established, then it has started. I think we can do, let's go to our browser, let's do local hosts 8080. If you do local hosts 8080, you see page not found, slash, to put slash health like this. What do you see? You see this. You can see that we have a JSON here already, right? So our application is working because you can see the message, active message, booking, all of that. So it's coming from events. You see in our events, you can see that in our event, this is what we have defined, right? And that is what we have, right? So that is, as you can see, this is working fine. From the app API, you can see that we have slash health. So that is working fine. So what we are going to now focus on is, we're going to come inside here. We're going to come inside the repo, and then we're beginning to talk about events. So we're going to be defining, we're going to be working on our various events now. I'm just going to create those files now, a new file. So we're going to call it event.go. So we're going to have to do it storage.go. So we are going to have user.go as well. So event.go is going to have package repo. It's going to be the package repo. Then this is going to give us, we're going to have package repo as well. Then this is going to give us, we are going to have package repo as well. Alright, so for the event repo, so what we are going to put here for the event repo, we're going to start from, let's have a struct. So this is going to contain our CRUD application. So what we are starting with is our events. We are going to be able to insert into the database, okay, create, read, delete, update. So that is what we are going to be doing in this particular file. Right, so this file is going to write to our database, it's going to update and do all of that. So functionality for all the CRUD application is going to be inside this event.go. So that's what we want to do. So we are going to have event store structs like this, and then we have this. This is writing to the database, and for us to be able to do that, we need to call this db. Alright, so that is that. And then what do we do next is, what we do is to create a factory function. Right, so a factory function gives you an instance of that struct. So the convention is it starts with new. Whenever you see new, that should remind you that that's a factory function in Go. So you have db, then we have SQLite. dot db like this. Then we are going to have event. So we are returning the structs, okay, like whenever we want to create an instance. Because when you create this method, when you call this function, this is a function now, it's going to create an instance of the struct, gives you an instance of the struct, return. You can see since we are passing event, so since it's going to be a pointer, you can see this is a pointer, right? So I've said something about pointer, that struct are value types. Struct are value types. So we are going to have to do this. We have db, then db. So we are setting it to what we have here, then comma. So that's it. So this is a factory function, right? We call it a factory function. That is just to create an instance of that struct. So the next thing we want to do is to we want to save our events. So we are going to do func, right? So these are method of the struct. Then we're going to reference event store like this. We're going to do create, or let's do save events. We want to save to our database like this. So we're going to have events. So model.event. And so we're making reference to the rover, to the event, so you can see to the model, right? So we've created a template. Forget to see that we have a model here, right? This is what we are making reference to. Alright, so let's get back to work. Oh, where's our repo? Yeah, this is it. So what are we going to get? We are going to return an error. Okay, so we're going to do query. Query is going to be, going to have insert into event. You know, we have an event table. So what are we inserting? We are inserting the name, the description. So I'm able to do this because of the struct. It's because of the struct tag, location, data time, and then user ID. Okay, no, not really, ID. So that is that, and then we are going to have to do its values, right? And this. So I think that is all, and then let's just do smt error. We have e.db. Let's prepare it, and then let's check for error. If error new address. So we are going to return error like this. Differ, then we have to close. Alright, so that is that. So someone like, oh, e.db, you can see e.d, right? db, where is it coming from? e.d, you can see e.d, right? So since it's equals to this, then this method is a method that is called on this guy here. You know, this guy is a struct, and that struct has what? Method. So this method is, we have access to this method because it is being passed here. Alright, so if you come here now, you see something you can see here, right? What is it? It's the db here. I don't know if that makes sense, right? So that should make sense. Okay, you can see it's a method. So we have access to it because we are setting it here as a value, okay, for our type. These are feeds. So that is that, and then it's going to, this method is going to return two things. You can see smt, the pointer, right, and then an error. So the same thing that is giving us smt and error. So we are checking for error, and then we also make sure that we close the connection. Alright, so we are going to have results error this stmt.execute. We're going to have event dot name. So event. So we are getting event dot name and all of that. So let's finish event dot description event. Oh, shall like event dot name, event dot location, event dot daytime, event dot user ID. So someone like, oh, where's the event? It's coming from here, right? So the event is here. So this is what we want to save. We are inserting, we are saving. So this is it here. Event dot name, event dot that we are passing as an argument to the method. All right. So the next thing we want to do is to check for error as well. We keep checking for error, and then we are going to return error. Error, and then let's take the results. ID and error is going to be results dot last insert ID. Then we are going to have event dot ID equals ID. All right, so let's return. Oh, let's return the error first. If error is not new, so what we're going to do, and then so that is that, and then again a return yeah. All right, so we are good here, and yeah, I think we are okay. All right, so what we have done here is to save the event. All right, so that is what we have done. We are saving the event. All right, so we can't see anything until this is just to the database. So we are going to have the transport layer. So you see that it's just something like this. Like in our project, we have different layers, right? So this is like I just permit me to do this like this. Or let me bring this guy here. Okay, so we have, this is like the transport layer. So this is where we making HTTP calls, right? So the methods be set here, right? So what we have here are just basically functions, right? Functions that reads, writes, updates, or deletes. You understand? So we have functions that interact with the database, and that is what we are going to have here. That is what we are going to have inside this repo, right? So there are methods that is going to be interacting with the database. So that is what we are going to have there. All right, so this is to save the event, and then we're going to do to get the event func e, the same thing, asterisk events, event store gets all events. So when event is created, we should be able to get all the events. And then we are going to do, so for us to be able to get all events, so it's just like you want to get an event, and we know that the event is a struct. From what we have here is a struct. So the event is a struct. So we need to get like a struct of all the events. And one way we are going to do that is to put them in an array. All right, so it's going to be an array. So it's going to have to do, we're going to have an array. It's not an array, it's a slice, sorry, yes, it's going to be a slice. So we're going to return a slice of events. Slice of events. Because we want to see all the events. Error, and then we come like this. So we're going to have query the way we've been doing it. Query, then we are going to have to select. Oh, I didn't ask you to do this for me. So we're going to have select. Alright, so what are we selecting? So we are selecting from events, selecting all. So we're going to have rows, and then we are going to have e.db.query, right? So why we're using query is because we want to query the database, right? This is X because we want this to be stored. We are using query because you want to get data. Here you are writing to the database. Here you are getting from the database, right? So you are not modifying, you are reading. So what we are going to do is to check for if error, it's not new, return new and error, right? So since we have two things that we are returning, then we have to indicate in our error as well. So the row, going to have differ row clause as well. So we're going to declare a method event. It's going to be a slice. Okay, so model.event, and we're going to save this stuff too. So we're going to have to loop through the rows, right? This is the query will give us rows dot nests, right? So we want to get all the events. So imagine that we have several events that has been stored. So that means it's going to be looping through all the rows that we have, different rows, right? So we are going to see that in our table shortly. So we're going to have var event model dot event. We're going to have error row dot scan. We're going to call the scan dot. We have event dot id, event dot name. Alright, so what we have done is we are scanning event ID, everything event ID, event name, event description, event location, event date time, event user ID, and then the next thing is check for error. If error is not going to return new and error like this, and then we're going to come out, going to do events equals to append events, right? So we can see that we created an empty, we just created, we declare a variable here which has a data value of the slice, but it's a slice of events. Can you see slice of that struct event? So you are appending, then we declare then this whatever we get. So whatever is being scanned is going to be saved here, right? So inside event and then event. So that is that, and then so we are going to return events like this, and that is that. So that's that for save events, get all events, and then the next one we're going to do is we're going to e slash event store get events by id. So we're going to have id int 64. So we are getting the event by id, so that is getting a specific event, then we error just to get one single event. So it's going to be, right, let's write a query. So it's going to be, so let's just select. So what I'm doing here is to select, right, from event where id equals to this. All right, so that is that. So just want to get one specific event. So the next is, let's do row. So it's going to be to select for just one row, e.db dot query row. So we're going to pass in the query and then the id that we are passing here as well. Don't forget we are passing an id here. So once it's equals to that, we're going to do var event model dot event error like this. It's going to be row dot, going to scan as well. Okay, event. So what are we doing here is to scan event.id, event name, event description, event location, event date time, event this thing. So we are scanning, right? So the next thing we're going to do is let's check for error. If error is we are going to return me an error. All right, so that is, so we are going to now return a pointer to that event and name. And so we are returning, so you can see it's a pointer, right? So that's what we are returning, get by id, and then that is it here that we stored. So that is that. So these are methods that we write to the database to get all the events, get an event by id, and then get an event by id, get all the events. So this one is going to be e dot event store. This is to update events. So we have to, there will be times we may have to update an event. Model dot event. We have error like this. We have query. So update event, we're going to set name to be description, then location. Alright, so the datetime, let's leave this one out. Then where hide is equals to this. So that is a query that needs to be executed for updates. Then the next thing is smt e.db.prepare query. Alright, so if it's not new, so we are going to return error like this, and then the next thing is defer smt close. Right, so let's going to execute. Result is going to be error like stmt dot esc. So we are going to execute what? The event that is passed as argument. This event here dot name. So you can see event dot description. Okay, so we can see event dot location, event dot datetime, event dot id. Alright, so we're going to do if error is not new, then we are going to have to return here. So in case we have an error, we're going to do rows affected error. We are going to have results dot rows affected. Okay, you can see the method that is called here if new. So we're going to have to do return. We're going to check for two error fmt. Let's wrap the error like this. It's going to be failed to retrieve affected rows. Right, so that's that. What am I doing? So that's that. So let's close this guy. Alright, so if the role affected equals to 0, then we're checking for another method, return fmt. So let's wrap the error, then no event found. It's id. Alright, so that is, let's close this, and then finally we're going to return name. Alright, so that is that for this. Just checking now, why is this? Okay. Alright, so we are done. So but the last but not the least is to delete. So that would be the func event store. We have delete events model dot event. Alright, so we now have error like this. Query. So we are going to have delete from event where the ID is this. So let's have SNT e dot db dot prepare query if like this. So we are going to return error like this. So we are going to defer fmt close, right? So going to use a blank identifier here, and then error equals to smt dots, then we're going to be event id. Let's pass in the event dot id. So the event id is going to be, you can see from this struct we are going to get event id. Alright, so if error equals to new, so we are going to return error, and then we're going to return new. Alright guys, so we are done with everything that has to do with events, right? So we can save events, right? We can get all our events, and then we can also get events by ID, right? So that in case we want to get individual events, then we can update our events, and then we can also delete our events. So that is it guys. So we are done with the events, right? So what we have here are the functions that are needed to save to the database, to get from the database and all of that. So we are just going to focus on the users now. So for the user, we must be able to sign in, and then also we want to be able to register for an event, and then cancel the registration for the event as well, and then log in. So I'll just start by going to create a type user store. We're going to call it user store struct like this. Going to do db sql.db. Yeah. So we are going to create a factory function. It's going to be new user store. Alright, so and we are going to return, so we are returning our struct user store like this, and then that is that. Right, so our user struct is what we are returning, then db, then we are setting it to the db that we are passing here. Alright, so let's take this guy. So what we want to do now is we want to be able to save the users. So what it means is we want to sign up, right? We want to be able to sign up the user. So we're going to do func user store. Then we are going to save user. It's going to be user model dot user. Going to return error. So we need to import this guy. So I have done so. So we're going to have query, find our query, going to be insert into user's email, password, and values, and that's it. So I mean, whatever we are inserting, we also have to make sure that we hash our password. Hash password. We don't just want the password to be hashed, right? So I'm going to, okay, so let's deal with that now. So I'm going to create under internal here, let's call it, which is, oh, the name already exists. Okay, where is it? All right, so let's do, here we are going to have hash.go. All right, so I'm also going to have JWT.go as well. So it's going to be package this, same thing. All right, so in our hash file, we're going to define func hash password. I want to take capital letter so that we'll be able to import. So we're going to take in password. It's going to be string. Then we are returning string error. So we are going to have byte error like this. We're going to use bcrypt. Alright, dots generate from password. So we're going to have a slice of bytes. Then we have password. So, and then we have a default. Okay, so our default I'm going to use cost here is going to be 14. Alright, so for us to be able to encrypt our password, because we don't just want to save the password like that inside the database, it has to be hashed. Alright, so let me use the word encrypted. We are going to be seeing this later when we are testing. Alright, so for security purpose, it has to be hashed or encrypted. Alright, so we need a library to do that. So bcrypt is a library that is used to do that. And then I'm creating a function here, which is hash password. Then it's going to return a string, and then it's going to an error as well. So I'm saying creating a variable here, and then bcrypt.generate password, right? So it's going to give us, you know, two things. The string is byte and then error, and then we are also passing it. So this method is coming from bcrypt library, and then we are going to pass in a byte. It's taking a byte of the password, because password will be passed inside this function. So when we are calling this function, then we also have to pass in the password that is being imputed by the user. Alright, so we're going to have to return string. It's going to be byte. because it has to be string and error. And that's where we're going to write another function, which is check password hash. So this is going to take in password hashed password. So both are going to be string, and then we return bool. Alright, so we're going to have error bricket dot compare hash and password. Alright, so all we have is going to take a byte, then we have password, and then so yeah, okay, so now this is going to be needed later, but I'm just deciding to write it here. So we have so at the time of login, this will be needed because we need to compare the password with what has been saved when the user sign up. Alright, so the same bcrypt is what we are going to use, bcrypt dot compare hash and password, and then it's going to take, because this method from bcrypt, right, accepts, okay, I've not installed, so I'm just going to open, let's just do go mod tidy, right? So let's get this installed. So what I'm saying is that this accepts, this takes in a slice of bytes. Come here, so we are seeing that it takes bytes. All right, so it has to be bytes, slice of bytes, and then the same thing to this takes a byte. But we know that we also have to now convert, so we're converting to string because the password we are passing is going to be in string. All right, so the same thing to here, so it's taking hash password, then it's going to compare it with what the password that will be passed normally. So this is going to work when we have to sign in, when we are logging, when to log in, right? So this is for sign up, and then this is for logging in, right? So we are going to return error is equal to, yeah, like this. All right, so we are good, and then let's go back to our repo, and then so what we are going to do is we are getting hash password, hash password equals to this hash password. Okay, so we are going to get hash password, then it's going to be user dot password. Right, don't forget that this is a struct, right? So we are saying user dot password, right? It's coming from this struct that we're going to pass inside the user. So from the struct we can get the email, user.email, user.id, and all of that. So that is, so let's check for error. If, then it's going to be return alright, so stm dot error is going to have u.db dot prepare like this. Then we pass in our query. Alright, so let's check for error as well. If error, we're going to return name. No, it's going to be error. So differ smt close like this. We are going to get our results. Error is going to be smt dot then what are we getting? We're going to put in user.email. Then we're going to store in our hash password. Okay, so this is what we are doing in this line is to save to the database now. So, okay, so it's going to be the user and then the password that has been hashed here. So that is that. Alright, so let's check if okay, so everything is still working properly. Well, let me stop. Let's try again. Alright, so everything is still working properly, and so let's check error, return the error. Alright, so going to do the user ID error is going to be results.last in insert ID, then we check for error, return error, and then the user ID. Now what I'm doing here is the user ID equals to user ID here, the user ID. Alright, so that is the user ID like this, and then we are going to return yeah. Alright, so that is it for this part for save user, and then let's quickly work on register. Just quickly do that. Func user store. This is to register for an event. Being able to register for model.user, we are going to have event ID, which is going to be int64. Going to have error like this. So let's start with the query, which is going to be, we're still going to insert into, so it's going to be registration table now. So our registration table will be useful now. So what are we inserting? User ID, user event, right? And that is it, right? User ID, user event, underscore event, and all of that. So smt error, let's get this u.db.prepare, pass our query, let's undo the error, return the error. Right, so the define is to define the smt and close it. So we need this. So I'm using the blank identifier there because we don't need the value. Right, so we need the event ID and then the user ID. Okay, the event ID and the user ID is what it is needed to be able to register for an event. So to register for an event, it has to be authenticated as well. So if, then let's return the error, and that is it. And then finally we are going to return here like this. So that is that for register for an event. Then last but not on the list here, user store. So what we want to do is to cancel registration. So we're going to have the user ID to be able to do that. User ID So both is going to be in64, not error, like this. So we have query. So we're going to delete. Alright, so we are deleting from registration where event ID. So we're going to do delete from registration where event underscore ID. So, and then user ID, and that is that. So the next one is for us to STM error, and then u.db dot prepare. Then we have query. Let's pass in our query. So let's undo the error. So we're going to have return error like this. So let's define this SMT, define close. Then we use the blank. What is it called now? So we are using the blank. This is event ID, user ID. Right. Okay. Event ID. Oh, shouldn't be a comma there. So blank identifier error, and then we execute passing this the user ID to be able to cancel. Then we should return the error. So alright, then we return new. Alright, so we are done with the event, the users. Alright, so those are the things that we are done with, and I want us to work on the authentication because of so we are going to work on the authentication now, and the reason is because for you to be able to, so for the event, let's come to so for the event, you have to be authenticated to be able to create, update, and delete. So the only things that you don't need to be authenticated to do are to get the events, get all the events, and then get event by ID. Alright, so I just think we should do that. Alright, so once we are done, then we can now create our handler function, and then after that we can start testing. So I want us to do that right now. Auth dot go. Alright, so for us to do that, I'll just go to the W here. Let's write some stuff here. So authentications are middlewares that runs. They are just functions that runs when you're sending your requests, between your sending of a request and then getting back your response. That's just so authentication just sits right there in the middle, so that when you make a request, then these are functions that kind of run in between. Right, so let's just do something. We're going to do var secret key. Just do everything together now so that you don't have a very long video. Equals to bytes. Just call it super secret, and that's good enough. So we're going to have, so we want to generate token. So we're going to use token. Right, so why do we need to generate a token? Because every time that we want to, when we are authenticated, when we log in, then the token will be generated, and every other time that we are trying to do some other thing, the essence of the token is a means of identity. We are going to be using JWT token, and I'm going to show us how that is done. I have a website here where we can just put our token here. I'm just going to write it here, and then we are going to get the things that are contained in our token. So let's just continue with our work. So we're going to generate a token. This is useful for identify, our users, and then we have user ID as well, which is int 64, and then we get back our string, and then we get back error as well. So we're going to have claims. Claims are more like the payloader, the things you need. jw.map claim. Right, so the thing we want, and now what we are going to define like this. So we want the email, right? Then we want the user ID. User ID like this is going to be what? User ID as well. Then expire. Okay, so duration of it, you need time dot now. Then we have dots hard. Then we have time dots leave the screen times 2 dots like this. Alright, so that is that. So we need to install this, but I will be doing that later. Then we have our token, setting it. So token, the variable here, new with claims, JWT dot the signing method here, HS256, and then pass the claim as well. Alright, so we are going to return the token dot signed string, so taking our secret key. Alright, so that is that. So this is a function that is responsible for generating the token, which we are going to see much more later. And then we are going to verify, write a function. The token will be generated, and also we need to verify the token as well. Verify token. So we have token string, we have int 64, and then we have error. This is not correct. And then we have, so we have pass token like this. Then we have error. Then we have JWT dot pass. Then it's going to take our token, right, to verify our token. We're going to write a function. Then you guys the function token. I'm going to disable this guy. You're passing an interface, an error. Alright, so JWT. So let's do interface error. So going to have blank identifier, sorry, is going to be what? Token method. What we're just trying to do is to verify the token. Alright, so let's check if it's okay. So we're going to return new and then error new is a way of writing our error, unexpected, defining our error, signing method. So and then we are going to return the secret key, and that is it. Right, so if error, okay, so we're going to return this new fmt.print could not pass the token, and then let's have to return then errors dots then could not pass the token. Don't need this. This is not necessary. Then let's go back. So we're going to have token if inverse of this valid, tom is 0, right? So token is not valid. Alright, so let's have claims. Pass token dot claims JWT dot map. Right. Could not return 0. Errors dot new is going to be invalid token claim. Alright, so user floats, user ID floats. And okay, we're going to have claims get the user ID dot float 64. If we return 0, error dot new, going to have user ID not found in token. Right, so I'm going to return int64 user floats and then me. All right. Oh, okay. This should be token is valid. Set to pass token dot valid. Right, so we are done with this, and the reason why we are still having that red line is because of just let's do go multi-type again, and that's going to go. Alright, so yeah, so all I've done here is I'm going to generate token and then verify our token. Right, so are we still having a red line? Okay, we don't need this anymore, and I think we can just register a user and then we can now create our authentication. So I'm going to do, let's just do package main for now here, and then we are going to create a user. Let's call it register dot go package main. So let's do sign up func. So don't forget that we can still use application like this, then we sign up. So what we are creating now is to create our handler. So we know that API has this, the API has this. In fact, before we start creating an application, alright, so very soon we'll need to set something up. HTTP dot response writer, and then we have our don't give me rubbish. Let's write it ourselves. HTTP dot request. Alright, so we want to work on our sign up now. So what we need to do is to we are creating a variable user. So is it going to be a post request because we are signing up users? Okay, so they are going to, that's that. So we're going to have error equals to JSON. So we need to decode, right? We say that when you are transferring data over the network, it has to be in a format that is JSON, right? So it is in a format that is a JSON format, and then we need to change it back to our data structure, which is supported, which is struct in this case. So we are decoding it. So once anything goes over the network, then it has to be in a JSON format. That is the accepted format, right? So we have other ways, but this is that. So this is to decode it, right? Decode is to change it back. So we have new decoder, then we have you can see that is a request. This is how we represent request. This is a response, the request.body. Okay, the body of the payload of what is being sent, right? So maybe when you're signing up, put in your email, you can put in your number, you can whatever you put in is going to be there in the body, and then we are going to have to put it inside this as a pointer to this guy, so it has to be now be decoded inside this data structure that we have created here. So we want it like to be decoded inside here. We are specifying the data structure for it to be decoded into. So we're going to have if error like this, HTTP, then we have the error W. So we're going to have invalid request body. Then we have HTTP bad requests. We're going to return this is an error, and that's that. So we have equals to app.user.store. So this is where we are now kind of. So how do we now assess the things that we've written here, right? Because we need to get the users. We need to get this. We need to get save users. How do we assess it? So we need to create an interface here. So an interface is an abstraction, right? So it's also a data. It's a data type, right? And then you can define methods that can be implemented by the struct. Okay, so that is what an interface is, right? So you can define methods that are being, implemented by the interface, by the structs or any data types. So they just contain method signature, a way of abstracting. You don't need to abstracting away without having to show the implementation details. And that is what we are going to do here, because I find it that what if we want to, we are currently using SQLite. What if we want to use Postgres? So it becomes easy for us to do, because our application don't necessarily have to be concerned about the implementational details of what we are doing. We just define interface, and that is what we are going to do here. So in our storage is where we are going to put in our interface. So we are going to do type storage interface like this. So we have events interface. So we have event interface, and then we have under it we are going to have. So for the event interface, if you come here, all we need is to just copy this like this, and that's all that we need. So come here and then just put it here. Right, why are we having this thing? It's not found. Okay, type storage interface struct. Oh, sorry, this should be struct. Right, so let's import this guy. So all we need to do is bring it back. Where's our event? Then copy. These are the methods, right? So just copy. It's going to define the method signature event. Just copy. Just copy. Right, so since it's an interface now, we can begin to use those methods in our HTTP handler. Right, so without the HTTP handler knowing any of the implementation details of this method. Right, so the next one is going to be users interface as well. So let's get our users. So we are going to the same thing, just take the methods, bring it here, go back to our users, just collapse this, then register. Then the next thing is going to be our console, and that's it. Console is going to be here. as well. So that is that. So so let's return our interface. So we're going to create a factory function. We're going to have new storage. We're going to have our DB SQL.db. Right, so we're going to have our storage like this, and then we're going to return storage. Stop giving me storage. We are going to have events. So it's going to be so we need to pass it as a pointer event store. We have DB. This one is going to be users, same thing like this. So that's it, guys. So this is our interface, and what we are going to do now is to come to our app dot here. You come over there, and then I'm going to do something, just going to put it here so that it's globally accessible. So it's going to be store, then repo dot storage, right? So that is that. What else do we need to do? Okay, so new storage, I'm going to call this method, right, because it's a factory function to give us an instance of the structs. All right, so instantiating the structs. So instantiation will be here. So it's going to be, let's just call it store equals to repo dot new store. So don't forget that we need to pass in the DB, right, because this storage is taking in DB. Okay, so is a factory function that takes in the DB, and then the DB we are injecting there is going to be coming from the one we have from our database, which is this, the DB. All right, so that is that. So since in our app.js, this is what we have a store, then this is to define the blueprint. So we are going to set a value here. Let's come here and add store, right, which is going to be equals to store, and that is it. Okay, so we are done, and so let's go back to our register. So every function now becomes exposed. Okay, so we can now, in our sign up here, we can just do something. You can say store. We are saying app dot. You can see that this app, our app has what? It has the config and then the store. So that means from this store I can get access to what? You see, I have access to this. Even though this guy is going to do that, he doesn't know the details. The interface, abstracted out the implementation details for us. So dot, you can see dot what? Save user. Now which user are we saving? The user that's here, this user here. So we are going to have to do user. And when we are having this, it's going to be app dot, sorry, let me try again. App dot store dot user. Okay, dot users. Okay, dot users dot save. All right, so I got it. Okay, Alright, so we get the logic app, which is what we are using here, app.store, the store, right? This is the store, then comes here, then users dot this. So you have to do users dot. So that is it. The users dot storage. Let's undo the error. Then we have http dot error. It's going to be w dot. We're going to have message like this. Then we have could not save users. http dot status internal error. Then we are returning return. So we have JSON. So I'm going to I'm going to create a file here. Let's just call it response.go package name. So we're going to have just to have a customized response message, API response struct status is going to be int. Then we have message as well, it's going to be string. Then we are going to have the data, right? Data is going to be interface, so that any data type can be passed, right? So that is that. Okay, let's format this properly. I'm wondering why this is giving us this. Struct status. Oh, we don't need this. I just defining blueprints. Alright, so we don't need that. So we are good. So I'm going to write a function that takes in JSON response. We have w http just to have a uniform response writer. We're going to have status code. It's going to be int. We're going to have a message. Going to disable this guy. Interface. And so what we are going to have is this. So what I'm doing is to have a uniform response. So I'm saying JSON response, the writer, the status code, the message, and all of that. So instead of having to repeat myself, because we are going to be using this in multiple places, I can just call the function and then passing all these arguments. W header. I have the set. We have content type. We have application JSON. dot write header http dot status code status okay http status okay. All right, so http status okay. And then we have JSON encoder. So JSON encoder is taking the response writer, encoding, we are encoding these structs, and then so we're going to have our status. It's going to be status code, that whatever we are passing in. Then we have message. It's going to be message, the string, and then our data. Data is going to be what? The data, okay, which could be anything. That's why we are using interface. It could be anything. That's the essence of using an interface. So that is that. I think we are missing something. All right. So let's import this guy. I think we are good. Yes, I need this. JSON. All right. Are we still having red? I think there's an issue somewhere. Oh, okay, not here. All right, so let's go back to our register. So in our register, just say JSON response. So we're importing, then we just do w http dot status created, and then the message is going to be user created successfully. I think we can try this out, and then we can have new like this. So for us to try this sign up, we need to put it in our route. Right, so let's go back to our routes. Just going to test this. So just let me do something here. How dots route is going to be this. Then we are going to put a function here. Chi dot router r dot posts. We're going to have slash sign up. We have app dot sign up, and that is it. So we can actually try. So I made mention of this extension, which I'm going to be using now. This is the REST clients. I'm going to be using this extension. It's very good to make HTTP requests. So just kind of come here, and then I'm going to create a folder. Just say API / test. So we are going to do sign up. So let's do sign up dot http. That is all right. So we are going to have to do, it's going to be a post request, http slash localhost 8080 slash sign up. That is what we have in our route. Our route is sign up. So that's sign up. Content type. Type is going to be application JSON. So for our sign up, we know that we just need the email and the password, right? So we know that for the users, right, we only need what? Email and password. So let's come in and do email, just testing out, test. So let's just confirm if our, okay, this guy's still on tests. Okay, so just going to cancel this here. Alright, so email is going to be test1@gmail.com or at example.com, then password is going to be a string, so you guys just use tests. Alright, so let's make the request. Before we make the request, let's start up our development server. So we have to run the entire CDN, so it has started, and then let's make the request. So we can see that the user is created successfully. We're having 201, meaning that it's created. So how can we verify that this has been created? So I'm going to use this tool. Let's use this tool. It's a new one. Alright, just say events. So let's choose our we have it on our desktop. Can I get it here? Okay. API. So the name of it is going to be what is api.db. Let's put it like that. Can't I change the application? Let's do it another way. New. So it's going to be desktop. Okay. No, this should be open. So let's select the file. Desktop is event app, and this is what we are selecting. So let's save. Let's connect. Okay. Let me try again. So we have, okay, this is for the event app, right? So we can see the table that has been created, the user. So we can see what we just created. We can see test1 example.com. So we can see this is what we have now in our table, right? We can see. So if we create another user now, let's try and create another user. Let's take this out. Let's say user 2. So let's say 1 2 3 4 5. Right, so let's send the request. Can we see now this has been created? And then when we come back here, what do we have? Still, so we can see that this has been created. There's 2 examples, so that is that, right? So we can see that whatever we create is visible here, and then the password has been encrypted, like hashed. All right, so that is that. So we'll just continue with the rest, and then when we are done, then we'll be able to test everything properly. So that is that for this. So what we want to do now is let's work on the login. So the login is still going to be inside here. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we are good. All right, so let's work on the login. So we are going to have func the same application login w http dot response writer r dot http dot requests. Then we have this like this. All right, so we're going to do var user model dot user. Right, so the same thing that we have done here. So the same thing that we have done here is what just going to grab it. But why didn't I extract this inside a function? Just paste here. Right, so then we want to do, so we're going to supposed to create something to validate our credentials, right? So the point here is we want to log in and we need to validate the credentials to be make sure that okay, this person sign in or sign up with this mail, is it correct? So I'm going to be doing that inside the users model. So we're going to do func user store like this, validate credentials. Right, so we are validating the user email. It's going to be model dot user. We're going to return error. So you have query is going to be select ID password from users where email equals to this row udb dot query row. Right, so passing the query and then we are using the email. All right, user.email. So we are going to have var retrieve password. It's a string. error is going to be row dot scan. What are we scanning? Then we are getting the scan the user ID and then the retrieve password. So this is going to be return errors dot new credentials. Invalid. Then password. So here is where we are going to now use that check password hash. Check password hash is going to be user dot password, then the retrieve password. Right, so what we have done here is to retrieve the password, right? Okay, so that we can compare it. Okay, we see that hash password does that. It takes the new password with the one that has been saved. So you are logging in. So that means for you to log in means your data, you've already signed up before. So it has to compare what we have. That's what we are doing here. So if this, they're going to return valid, and then so let's return new. So that is, this will be small letter. So we are done with this to validate. Then what we need to do is to copy this, right? Put it inside here so that it will be visible. We have a register. So login, we now have to do error equals to app dot store dot user dot validate credentials, passing the user. Don't forget that here we are decoding it. So whatever the payload of the user from the client is what we are decoding here, right, to be a struct, and then that's what we are passing it to be validated, because inside the validation is taking what? A user model, is taking the struct user. Alright, so let's continue the error. Alright, so I'll just do this. I think the mess invalid to be okay. Let's say invalid credentials, and then so what we'll do next is to do token error like this, app dot, we are logging in. So for us to log in, then we need to make sure that we generate a token. Generate token, and then we need the user email. Don't forget for token, and then the user ID as well. ID for generate token. You see that the email and the ID, they're very important. So if error, then we have could not generate token. So if there's an error, could not generate token, HTTP status internal server error. Alright, so that is that, and then we're going to do this. So since I already have this guy here, since I already have this guy, so we're passing HTTP status okay, the user login, right? User login, the message, and then I'm using a map, right? So to say the token equals to what? Token. Okay, no. Let me just do this here. So let's do type API response. Structs. We're gonna have status is int message, and this is going to be a token interface, and that's all. So you format properly. So here let's just have content type dots writer head HTTP status okay, JSON encoder, and that is it. We're going to have status HTTP, then we have message login successfully, that should be the message, then token, setting to this token, right? So when you log in, these are the things you are going to get. Alright, so these are the things that will be returned. Right, so we are expecting that when you log in, then as response you get the token, and then we are going to get a message says login successfully. So that is that about login. We will try that shortly. Okay, so let's register it, and then we can focus on the other ones. What we are going to do now is to let's come here. Alright, so that's all. Okay, so app.login, right? So if you check, is our login. So here we create another file called login.http. Just copy everything I have here. Okay, so let's put it in our login. So the difference is the route is going to be login. So here our route is login, so definitely here is going to be login. So what are we logging in? So exactly, so let's log in, right? So since we have the details here, let's log in. Could not find. Okay, I know the reason. So let's stop. We have to stop, and then let's run again. Alright, so we can see that we have been able to log in successfully, then the token is also generated for us. Alright, so if you go to register, here at the register point here, you see that the three things that we are returning: status, 200, message, login successfully, token, and then we have the token generated. Alright, so I think we can focus on creating and then the likes. So since you are logging, I think we can do authentication now. So let's work on authentication. So we are going to do authentication auth.go. Oh, it's already existing. Sorry. What is it? So for the authentication, let's just type context key struct like this. What am I doing? Just struct. That's all. Then const user key, user ID key. So I'm going to have context key equals to user ID const. So we're going to have, so it's a middleware. That means it's going to return a function authenticate. So I said the middleware runs in between the response and the writer. Alright, so handler, and then we are going to do turning http dots handler like this. User ID. So let's return http dots handler func, then func going to take w http dot response. Alright. Okay. So here we go. So we need the auth header. Arrow.header .get like this to get the header authorization. Right. So we are doing authentication because create, updates, delete, you need to be authenticated. Means that we want to, whatever event that we are creating, it should be associated with a user. Alright, so if yes, auth head is empty, then we should have this. So if auth head is empty, so we have http error, this missing authorization header, and then we have http status unauthorized. Right, so then we have return. Yeah, so that's that. And then talk about the parts. We have strings. Right, so this is to check if the person is authorized, right? Is authorized to create. That's what we are saying. So at every request that we are sending, we also have to include the token. Dot split auth header, and then the next thing is going to be if length path. Right, so if length not equals to 2 or path is 0 is equal to bearer here. So we are going to have HTTP error invalid authorization header format. So status unauthorized. So that is that. So and then the next thing is going to be token path 1. That is. So to verify the token, I have user ID error like this, which is dot verify token. Alright. Do I have verify token written? Yes. Okay. Think I've done verify token. Okay, verify token, yeah. Why is this thing not moving? Let's try and fix this error. Where are we? Okay, Auth. Let's take it back. Wow. Why is it not seeing this? We need to check what we have done. Yeah, package. Should be seeing this. Wow. Auth. Let's see. Dots. Wow. Wow. Okay. Everything will be tested. If error, like this, then invalid http dot error, then we have not authorized, http status unauthorized, and then we return. Then we want to store the user ID in the request, right? So we need to store it because from here we know that the model, we have the user ID, right? So the user ID has to be stored, and how we are going to do that is going to do ctx context dot its value dot context user key and then user ID. Then we're going to do next dot server http, then we are passing r and then r dots with context cts like this. Alright, so still don't know why this is not syntax error. There's an error in our code generation. Okay, let's try and figure out why we are having this. Func authenticates this, we are returning this, and then okay, seems like the problem is there. Func, then we are returning http func this. Alright, so this one, comment this. Alright, so if error, comment this. So yeah, okay, so what's this? Yeah, it needs to be there, and then we have this. Okay, http is not installed. Okay, let's import. Seems like the http is not working as it should. Next, that's the screen. Alright, that is gone. http.handler. Alright, what's the issue with it? Syntax unexpected. This is type context key. String. Oh, this should be string. Oh, string. Okay. As well. Okay. Alright. I think we are good now. We're able to fix it. Okay. Everything seems to be working. So we are done with the authentication now. And so what we want to do now is to work on the events. Right, so we are just going to work on the events now. And so let's take this event. So we have events here. So we've done this. So let's just work on a few of them. I'm going to just do everything and then we are just func application gets events. This is to get all the events. http response writer http p. Yeah, so you have all the events, then error, so we should have app.store.events dot get all the events. If error, so we're going to have goodness. So that's just what we need, internal server error. And then we are going to do okay, so then JSON, what we've created, event retrieve successfully event. So that is that. All right, so this one is coming from here, what we created here. So then the status code, event retrieve successfully, and then event, which is we are passing. So when we create an event, then we should also return the event. We want to see the event that has been created, which is going to be a struct. So let's get individual event func application get a single event. This is to get a single event. Response writer GTP dot requests like this. US ID CL. Okay, so for us to get this, then we have to use the chill URL dot URL params, right? So to get the ID, all right. So and then the ID that we need, if you come here, get event ID. Wow. Okay. Yeah. When we come to this store, get event ID is going to take in an ID. You can see that it's going to take an ID. Okay, so since it's going to take an ID, it has to be an integer, because I'm going to show us shortly. Let's finish this and then we are converting. User ID, right, dot error, then just convert, then 64. It's not too much. Yes. Okay, now pass int like this. So we have this. So invalid user ID. So let's just keep moving. Then we have event, that is if there's error, event, error. We're going to have app.store. I'm going to explain some things shortly. Event.get, not get or event, get event by ID. So we are going to pass in the user ID now. right? Because it's just going to do that. Let's finish this. If error, so we're going to have event not found, status code not found. Okay, and then we're going to have this guy here. Okay, so we have events retrieved successfully. These are the events. So this is a small event. So what am I going to do here is to, okay, so let's create the route so that we get it. So let's create the route. Let's create a route. So what am I going to do here is to do r dots router like this. So we're going to do slash events, then we do func r dot chill dot router like this. Oh, right, then we write. So we're going to do r dots. Okay, let's do r dot get. Since these are get requests, we don't need authentication. Just going to be this slash app dot get events. So we are getting all the events. R dot get, they are get requests. Okay, so we see that this is going to, so it's treated as a string. This is a string. You can see that this is a string. All we have is actually a string, right? You can see that is a string, and then we say app dot get event, and that's all, right? So it's a string, and that is why we have to convert it here. So the conversion is what we are doing here. The first is to get it by using chill URL params, and then what we are doing here is to now use to convert here. So we are doing conversion here, right, to convert it to what? Int 64. Yeah, so that is that. Okay, and then and then we are using it so that to pass it here so that we can get, this is taking what does it take? Int 64. All right, so that is that about this. And let's try and see, create an event. So let's try and create an event. Func app application like this. This should be create events http response writer r http requests. So we're going to have our events we are creating. So from the client, we are going to give us some payload. Then we do some decoder, new decoder r dot body, in fact decode, and then it's going to be event, right? I think we've done something like this. Where did we do it? Under the register. So so let's just copy. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? let's see what we have there. Register. All right, so events. So what we are doing next is to close like this, and then yeah, okay. So the next thing is to user ID. Okay, I'm going to do r.context, because to create we need to be authenticated dot value, right? So we need to get the user ID key that was set in the authentication.64, right? If this user ID not found in context, http not authorized, return. And then we are going to do event. This is necessary event dot user ID equals to this. Now I'm just going to explain what is happening here. All right, so so we want to authenticate, right? So for us to be able to create, we need to authenticate, and then we know that from our event, if you come back to this model, right, we have event.userid. By default it's going to be 0. So let's just do something, right? So let's say, oh wow, okay, so let's log in again. When we log in, so we can see when we log in. So if I take this thing out here, let's take what we have here and then bring it in like this. First of all, let's refresh this guy here. So let's take it and paste here. So what do you see? You see text example, and then you see user ID 2, right? So if you go back to what we created, you can see text example 2. This is 2. So meaning that the ID is equals to 2. And then that's what we are doing. User ID is equals to 2 here, right? So the token has these details, right, and associated with a user. So we need this user ID, right? So what is now happening here is to what I'm doing here is to now set event ID equals to what? To the whatever user is, whatever the user ID now, we are setting it here. That's just what I'm doing here, setting it, right? So if error equals to app.store .event .save event, we're going to pass in event error. So if there's error, so we have internal server error. Let's use more. Oh god, let's do this. Going to have a message. Okay, just we could not create events. Try again later. And that's all. Right, so we are returning, and then let's do JSON response. Okay, so we have status created when we create any event, and then event created successfully, and then the event, right? So that is that. Yeah, so when we create an event too, we also want to see the result of that event. All right, so but if I don't put this guy, I will not need any authentication. I can just create an event and then it will not be attached to any user. Right, so that's just what it means. Right, so who has this? This is for nothing. Alright, so let's try and create an event. Alright, so B, I think we have arrow dots. Okay, yeah. So let's just put it here. Arrow dots posts. Let's just do what am I doing? Okay, so we have events. Okay, so let me just do okay. Can use the same thing, so create event. So that's it. So let's see, let's stop this server, let's clear, and then let's run again. So let's try and create events. Alright, so let's create events. Create events HTTP. Right, so alright, so we can do, let's copy some things here. I don't need authentication for now. So for this event, it's going to be events, right? Events. So create events, and let's do this name. Let's do Go conference. Then we have description. So for Go, then we have location. It's going to be San Francisco. So we have date, time, so CTS, then alright, so let's make this 4. Alright, so this is what we have. So let's try and make the request. Okay, so we have invalid request body. Okay, so I'm just going to let's go back. Events, let's take back this. Alright, let's put it in the back. So let's authenticate. Let me authenticate. What do I want to do? Yeah. So let's go back to our API, and then we're going to do something right now. It's going to be r.route. So I'm having a nested route now. Yeah, so oh my goodness. So since we are using authentication, arrow.use, right, so we can now add our authentication here. authenticates. Then we can just, let me bring this in like this, and that's all. I think we are good. Alright, so I think we are good now. So let's stop the server. So, and then let's log in so that we generate a token. Alright, so yeah, let's copy the token, and then let's come back to create events. Yeah. So we're going to do authorization, bearer. Let's pass the token here like this. I think we are good. Name, description, location, and then daytime. $15, $30.00. Alright, so let's try now. Let me take again and then run again. So now that I have to log in again, so get the token, copy the token, and then come back to our create events. And put it here. Alright, so let's invalid. Wow. So that means this is really it. So we have to go back over our create event. Yeah. So let's check our implementation for create events. So we have events, then we have decoder, then okay. Just see what is happening here. If okay. Then we have this user ID. Then we have, if it's not okay, we are setting it here. Then we have this error, and then we have this. Okay. Let's see what we get now. Alright, so let's log in again. Let's copy the token. So let's come back to create. Okay, so let's invalid. Wow, why are you invalid? Why are you invalid? Am I missing something else? Create event, HTTP event, application content type application, JSON, authorization. Right. Everything seems okay. So let's check our API. Let's check our API. Do I need to do? Okay. So let's do something here. Okay. So we're going to do r.use course.handler course option. So we have allow origin. Style, let's use HTTPS / and then HTTP / allow method. Okay, so these are get, put, then allow headers, authorization, content type, assets, yeah, no, C, SRF, docking, expose header, link, allow credential is false, max h. So here, this is going to be, so routes, events, router, function, create events. And so let's try one more time. Require method. Oh, yeah, let's Alright, so let's go back. Let's run this. Alright, so let's go back to this. Let's log in. I have to log in and generate our token first. Right. We're good. Create an event. This invalid. This is, God help me here. This is, something is wrong. Invalid request body. Invalid request body. Why is this thing not valid? Let's check what we have. Name, description, right, location. Authorization. Posts. Just saying invalid. Let's go back to create events. Okay, so this is what we are having. This is where the problem is now, right? This is where we are getting the error. Var model.event JSON r.p decoder, and then we have how those. Okay, right. So I don't know why this guy just keeps doing invalid requests. HTTP, right. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this error better. Let's check what we have here. So I'm going to do something like this. Yeah, so let's do message. Right. Okay. So let's log in again. Alright, so this is what we have. And then we can come back to this guy here. Just to, yeah, we have bearer token. Invalid request body. Okay, so there's a problem with this request body, and then we need to check it out. Yeah, so this is working. So let's go to our save. Let's go back to so here is where we are saving events. Let me just check here, events. So we are saving events here. Alright. Okay, so let's check the save events. Check the implementation details of the save event. So we have insert into event the name, the description, the user ID, the name, description, location. Oh, you see this mistake? Okay. My God. Finally, guys, we're able to track the error. So let's go back to login again. Just that spelling was a problem. Right, so we have this, not even getting any error message. And then we put like this, and then we can do. Why is he giving us this? Alright, so let's go back to the events. So that's what we have, insights into events. So let's get to the database. DB, let's do this for DB. So DB, yeah, is events. So back to our events, then we prepare, and then we close, then we execute. See events, name, description, location, datetime, user ID. Then we are saying that ID sorry, let's return an error here. Last insert ID. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. Insert into event, name, description, location, datetime. 1, 2, 3, datetime, and then user ID. Let's check the model. ID name. Oh, see the spelling here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. See description. Oh my goodness. This spelling is wrong. Right. Is that what I've been calling it here? Description. Wow, this is so incorrect. Inconsistency. Oh my goodness, so many inconsistency. So many inconsistency. Oh my goodness. Description. 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 Kai. Description. Description. Can you imagine? Alright guys, we are back on track. So just that spelling just made us okay. Yeah. We have fixed it. Description. So event. Why are you having red? Let's try and see where the red is coming from. Okay. Oh God. Description. Wow. Alright guys, so we are good now. Okay, we still have to, okay, so let me drop this table. Could not create registration table. Alright, so registration table. So registration table, let's leave you out for now. So let's log in. Invalid credentials. Okay, let's sign let's sign in first because we've dropped the table. So let's sign in. Let's sign up. So if we sign up successfully, then let's log in with the same credentials. Alright, so we've been able to log in now. So let's create events. So I still have an invalid request body. Wow, this is serious. Invalid request body. Where's the DB? Yeah, yes, correct. Okay, events. Okay. Okay. Still on creating this. So what I missed out was what was here before was there's a comma here, and we keep getting that error. All right, so we are just going to start again and then check. So let's clear, and then let me run the server, and then we can test. So what I'm going to do now is to let's log in. So I'm going to log in. All right, so we have this, and then let's create an event. So I've created an event, and then let's do JavaScript conference. Right, so we can send, and then we can see that it is working perfectly now, and then we can get all the events. Right, so let's get all the events. So it's a get request, right? So you can see that how many events do we have now? We have 2. So it's a slice of that struct. So we have 2. That's exactly what we have here. So from our database, we can just come. We have the user. Okay. So this is the user. We can see test2 example. Login. This is what we have. And then when we go to events, we can see JavaScript conference and Go conference. So that's it, guys, and then we can get a single event. So we can make a request, and that gives us a single event. So I'm just going to continue to work on so I'm going to work on updates now, and then we have 2 more left. Okay, so we're just going to work on updates and then delete. So we have func update, and so for update we need the USD IDS. Okay, so we need to get that. And then we do the conversion as well. Okay, so then there what I'm doing here is simple, is that we need the ID. The ID is, we're going to set it up shortly. We need the ID. So what we are doing here is to come to our API, the same thing that we have here. So but this one is going to be this r dot r.put. So we are going to have slash. So this is what we are going to have, events. So that's it. So it's a string here. So by the time we come here, then we have to make sure that the conversion is done right. So the next thing we are going to do is to do, we need this for the authentication. So let me just take this. So that user ID is coming from the authentication. And then, so two things to take care of here. Okay, so let's have event error like this. So you have app.store.event.get event by ID. So why do we have to get the event by ID? Because we want to update a single event, right? And it's important that we get it. We get the event by ID to be able to do that. So event by ID, we need to, this should be USDT. No, this should be event ID. Alright. So event ID. So we're going to have event ID, user event. Right. So what else do we have? Alright. So could not found, event cannot be found. So I'll just prefer to have it like this. So even though it's not consistent here, I'd love to message. Alright, so we have the user ID, then the event. This represents the single event. So what next we are going to do is if event.user ID is not equals to user ID. Alright, so we know that event as user ID, right, is not equals to user ID from here, right, from the authentication. And you know that the authentication has a user ID. Alright, so what are we going to do here? Yes, so this is what we are going to have. Okay, we are not authorized. Status unauthorized. Okay, so you are not authorized to view. Okay, so this is where we are doing the authentication check. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do now is to do var. Okay, let's do var updated event model.event. So we are going to have this equals to JSON new decoder RD body decoder, then we have error. Alright, so in case we've gotten it, and then so we are going to update it and resend it. Okay, so this is it, the error. In case if there's an error, message invalid request body and then return. And then the next thing you're going to have is updated events.id equals to event.id. Right, so error equals to app.store event updated event. Alright, so this is what we have. No, it's not. Let's get to updated events. So updated events. Yeah, let's get to check out updated events. So that's what we see. It's not a pointer, right? So you don't need to pass in a pointer there. Back to events. Alright, so what do we need to do now? So this is saving into the database now. Error, and then we have could not update events, status, internal server error, and then we have, so we're going to use this JWT status code events updated successfully, updated event. So we are just going to work on delete now. Func after delete events. Right, so just going to do this, and then for us to delete we still have to do some stuff, get the ID. So I'm just going to copy these two guys. Let's copy to this. But it's just copy it because you need to be authenticated to do that. So this is going to be then event ID. Alright, so then we're checking for error, then we are getting this. Alright, we need the ID. So what we now events error app.store.events. Get a single event by ID. That will be what event.id. But I should have created a function here. So instead of having to repeat, we can extract it inside a function. That will be much more better. So we have if event dot user ID. The same thing is not equals to user ID, right? So what are we going to do now? You are not authorized to delete this event. So I'm going to have app.store events.delete event. Then you're going to have events that we are having should be okay. Let's check the events. Okay, so we have delete events. Let's go error. Okay, that is if there's error. If error is not new, then we are going to have this HTTP internal server error. Then we're going to have, finally we have this as well, events deleted successfully and new. Alright, so that is that, and then let's get to our API. So we are going to have arrow dot delete, and that is it. event. So we have update event and delete event. So let's just test. Update event dot http. Delete event dot http. Alright, so updating an event. Alright, so for us to update an event, let me just copy what we have here. I'll just copy this guy here. Right, so let's put it inside update. So instead of post, it will be put. Then we are going to have an ID. So let's say 1. Right. So that is all for now. So instead of JavaScript, let's say Rust program. Rust program conference. Alright, so first of all, let me get the token. So this is a token. We have the token here. Copy it, and then let's go to update events. So first of all, when we get to the event, what we have in the first one is what? Go conference, and then we want to change this one to Rust programming conference. So update event here. Right, so let's post. Method not allow. Alright. Method not allow. Now let's check our API. Oh, I think I've made changes that has not reflected. Alright, so let's cancel and let's do it again. Alright, so our server is running now, so let's log in. So let's get the token, and then let's get to the update event. And then let's send. So we can see that the event has been updated successfully. Right, so the event updated successfully, so we can get all the events. So how do we get all the events? So you can come here, and then we get all the events. So you can see it's now Rust programming. It has been changed from Go. Right, so that is working. And then for the delete, event, we can just let's get this. Okay. Delete event. So what we are going to do is, let me get the token. Okay. So I need to get the token, and then just delete event, come here, and then just place it here like this. So we are deleting the first one. So you see that in our current database, this is what we have. So come back here, So you see Rust programming. So let's try and delete. Event deleted successfully. So let's come back. This is 2, it should be 1. So let's going to refresh. So you can see that Rust has been deleted. We just have 1 here. So that is that. So what we want to do now is to so if I cancel this and let's log in again, and let's say I try to create an event without logging in, right? That becomes impossible. Okay, this is let me see. All right, I want to do something. Okay, so instead of okay, so let me sign up with something else. This is 10 and then sign up. So I'm also going to log in with that number. Alright, so sign up and login done. So let's see, I want to come and let's see if we can create. Alright, so something is wrong with our event. Alright, we need to check our event again. Let me see. Let's see the events. Okay, so let me try and delete. So let's try and delete and see if it is possible to delete. Okay, this is updates. Authentication. Let's check this out. Okay. API. Okay. RESTful.authenticate. So what else do we need to do? Authenticate. Alright. So let's clear. I'm going to clear this. Okay, so I want us to do the register. When we are done, we do a final testing. So let's do register for an event so that someone is able to register for an event. We do it under here. So func register for an event. Yes. So register for an event. We're going to have user ID. Okay. Exactly. So this is what we are going to have. How the context of value user key, and then if it's okay, and the user ID not found in constant in context. Alright, so we are going to have event ID str share router like this. Then we are going to convert it to a number. So let's get this straight. Then we are going to get alright. So what I'm doing is get the ID from the URL part. Right, so we have event error app.store.event. In fact, the best thing is to have extracted this into a function, get event by id, event id. So that's the major refactoring we can do, is to extract this inside the function, right, so that we can just call it instead of having to repeat ourselves. So so we have equals to app.store.users.register, right? So we're going to have the model, right? So this is what we are having, because we check the register. Let's check the register here. The register, we have the structs being passed in. So register passing in the structs, and then the UID, event ID. So if there's an error, we could not register for events. We have HTTP status internal server error. Alright, so that is that, and then let's do WH write header HTTP dot status created, and then we are going to have JSON dot new encoder w, then encode. We're going to use a map here, string as key, and then string as values. It's going to be like this. Going to have a message that says registered for events successfully. So that is that. So what we are going to do next is to be able to cancel after you've registered for an event. So you have func cancel, and then the same thing that we have done here. Same thing, then we put here error equals to app okay. Wow, I made a mistake. So we should have extracted this into a function, but let's just keep going. It should be in a function. Should be a function. All these guys should be in a function. Yeah, just take this out as well. Yeah, so let's see, it's error equals to app.store.users.cancel registration. So cancel registration is going to take the user ID and event ID. Right, so let's check the DB. Oh, this guy needs to be on now. Alright, so what we are going to do now is to, if error is this, we're going to return this, and then let's call our JSON response, and then we are going to have, HTTP status okay, registration cancelled successfully. So that is our guys. The code is available on Git. We can really go through it and we'll understand more. So let's go to our API. Now API are just going to do this r.posts. So we have slash id slash register. Then we have app dot register for events, r dot delete equals to slash id slash register. Right, so we can get app dot cancel registration. Alright, so that is that. So let's do we're going to do let's run this code. Okay. Alright, so we are having issues. Could not create registration table. So let's check out the registration table and see what's the problem with the registration table. DB could not create registration table. So let's check it out one after the other. Could not create. So we have create registration table, create registration table, registrations, registration table, and then we have create table if not exists, registration ID, primary key, auto, integer, event ID, foreign key, events, users, and then we have this registration table and then panic. Alright, I still don't see what's the problem with this. So I'm going to come here to the event booking app. Let's get to the going to take this. So I'm just going to copy this and then use it to test what we have here. Alright, so let's paste and then let's see. Just trying to get where the problem is coming from. Alright, so undefined log. Okay. So let's clear. Let's do this. So that means there's something I'm doing there that is wrong. Yeah. Something I'm doing there that is wrong. Alright. Okay, maybe I've made a mistake in the words or something. So we have everything working, and so I'm going to delete this and then we start afresh again. So alright, so that is starting afresh again. So we are just going to be testing now. Close all. So let's come here. Let me try to create. So Okay, let's try and get. You don't need to rotate. So you see this is none, right? So you're not supposed to get. So events retrieve, it is none. There's no event yet. Alright, so let me try and get a single one. I'm supposed to get an error. Alright, so that's good. So let's try and create an event and send. So this is created successfully. We should not be. So authentication has a problem. Oh, let's check this out. Authentication has issues. Guys, so for the authentication, I had to look through this function very well and then see if there are errors in terms of the topographic error. And yeah, so we are done with all our endpoints, and this part, I mean, what we have here is r.use authenticate. This is the authentication function that we wrote here, meaning that we have to log in order to be able to perform any of these operations that we have here. Right, so we have to log in to create events, update event, delete event, register for events, and then cancel events. So what we are going to do is to test this out. Delete this guy. Going to delete, and then we can come here. So let's just get all the events. Oh, okay, sorry, I have to restart my server. Let's restart the server. So so those changes, you need to restart the server. So if I try to get all the requests now, you see again none. Right, so that's that. Then for single, we don't expect to get anything because it's not existing. And then let's create an event. So we send like this. You see it's not authorized. Okay, for creating events, not authorized. That means you need to sign up. Cancel registration. If you come here, this is not existing, so not authorized. Alright, so we have update. The same thing, not authorized, because they are protected page, and then delete as well. See, not authorized. Alright, so that is that. So what we are now going to do now is to sign up. So let's sign up here. So sign up now. So we're going to do like 3 accounts. 1. Okay, so we've done the second sign up. Then this will be the third sign up. So we sign up again. So that's this 3 times. So if you come here, let's check. You can see that the 3 sign up is here. Alright, so what we are now going to do next is to try to log in. So I'm going to log in with the second one, which is this. So I've logged in successfully, and then we can create events. So let's come here. So the token, we are going to replace it. Place it here, and then we are going to send. Now this has been created, so you can see that the user ID is 2, right? So the user ID is 2 because it is this guy that is created, test1. Test1. If you check our login, what do you see? This is test1. You can see this is test1. So if you come to this table, right, so you can see that the user ID is what? Is 2. Alright, so if you take the token, let's take the token. Yeah. What do you see? The user is what? Is 2. All right, so let's try and log out. Let me log in with a different stuff here. So let's log in with just normal login, and let's send. So this is created, and then let's take the token and then come to create. So let's take this, and then what do we see? So we see that the user one is what? So that means every user that is being created is assigned a number. So we can see that this user is 1. All right, so we see that the ID just keeps increasing. So if we come back to our database here, all right, so let's go back to this place. What do you see? You see that the first one, ID1, the first event represents the first event that we created. 2, second. So the first event is created by the user what? User 2, and then this one is number 1. All right, so that is that, and then we can also get all the events like this. Get all the events. So we have all the events. Then we can update an event. So I'm just going to get a token now and then try to update an event. So let's come here to update an event. All right, so I think we can change this to okay. Have I changed the token? So and then let's send. You can see that it has successfully updated. Right. So you can see that this is Golang that we have here. We have Golang here. And then let's see if we can delete. So you want to delete one. So let's see if it's possible. You are not authorized to delete. Why are you not authorized to delete? Because the first one is created by what? By 2. Alright, so it's created by 2. So if you log in, this is first. And what we have here, this is the ID1. So it's just 2 that I can delete. So let's log in with number 2. Let's log in with number 2. So this is going to be 1. And then let's say so let's see if we can delete now. And then we send. You can see that event has been deleted successfully. You can see that we just have one event now. Alright, so we are just going to create an event and then we register for an event and then see how that works. JavaScript. So we've been able to create this, and then from here we're able to get all the events, right? So you see that the user is 1. So I'm just trying to go to log in with this. I think we have to, so let's log in with this. So I'm going to copy this, and then register for an event. Not found. Okay, so let me try and create an event first. Let's see on top. So this has been created, and then let's Let's register for an event. Yeah, not found because one has been deleted. We no longer have one, right? So let's try and register for 2. One has been deleted, so instead of 1, let's say 2. Register for an event successfully. So if you go to the registration table, what do you see? See that 3. 3 is to what? This is 3. This is the third one, right? As register for what? Register for an event, right? So this is how it works. And then yeah, so if you log in, let's log in with another one like this. So I'll just take this guy like this. So we are going to come to register for an event. So I'll just put 3 here. So and then send. So register for an event. So if you come back here, so that's this is 1. You have registered for 3. You can see 1 has registered for user here. See, so user 1 has registered for 3. All right, so that is that. Let's get this thing straight up here. Right, so let's try and cancel events. Let's try to cancel the event. Let's do this. So you can see that that one has gone. Right. So I think we can still cancel. Okay, so let's make this one 3. Let's see if this is possible. Alright, so that is that, guys. And so the next focus is going to be on the front end. So on the front end, instead of having to come here and then check this out, the focus is just going to be to build a UI. We're going to build it out and then see from the UI we can be testing this out properly and see how it works. So if you have not liked, if you have not subscribed, please consider doing that, and thank you.